Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered their secrets only to those who knew how to listen. For 1,000 years, they had stood silent, witness to countless magical discoveries, bitter rivalries, and hidden truths. And on this night, as thunder cracked across the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall and the magical foundations of the castle trembled, they prepared to reveal their greatest secret yet. Septimus Prince stood at the edge of the Black Lake, his tall, slender figure silhouetted against the stormy sky. Rain lashed against his face, but he remained motionless, emerald eyes fixed on the churning waters where, moments before, a massive fissure had split the lakebed. The magical earthquake had lasted barely 30 seconds, yet in its wake, the waters had parted to reveal something impossible, a narrow stone staircase spiraling down into darkness. As the newly appointed astronomy professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Septimus had been charting the unusual celestial alignment from the astronomy tower when the tremors began. Now, drawn by an inexplicable pull, he found himself at the lake's edge, heart pounding with a strange recognition he couldn't explain. "Lumos," he whispered, and the tip of his blackthorn wand ignited, casting eerie shadows across the exposed stone passage. Without hesitation, Septimus descended the slick steps, a peculiar sensation of homecoming washing over him with each step deeper into the earth. The staircase wound downward for what seemed like an eternity, before opening into a vast, circular chamber that took Septimus's breath away. Unlike the serpentine motifs of the infamous Chamber of Secrets, this space bore the unified emblems of all four Hogwarts founders, the lion, eagle, badger, and serpent, intricately carved into the domed ceiling. Yet it was the central dais that drew his attention, where a simple stone pedestal held a leather-bound manuscript untouched by time or decay. As Septimus approached, the ancient pages began to glow with a soft, silver light. His fingers trembled as they hovered over the book for reasons he couldn't articulate. When his skin finally made contact with the ancient parchment, a jolt of recognition surged through him. This was written by Salazar Slytherin himself. More shocking still were the words that flowed across the pages in elegant script. "I, Salazar Slytherin, record these words as my final testament, not as the monster history will paint me to be, but as the guardian who sought to protect what we four had built." The rift between myself and the other founders, particularly Godric, was not born of contempt for those of non-magical parentage, as will surely be claimed. No, I depart because I alone have recognized the shadow taking root within Godric's soul. An ancient entity, far older than Hogwarts itself, which feeds upon magic and bends its host to its insidious purpose. Septimus read in growing horror as Slytherin described discovering Godric Gryffindor performing forbidden rituals near the Forbidden Forest, channeling magic into what appeared to be nothing but thin air. When confronted, Godric had spoken in a voice not his own, revealing fragments of a consciousness that claimed to be Merlin himself, or rather a splinter of the great wizard's soul that had survived his death. But this is not the Merlin of legend Slytherin had written. This fragment has been corrupted by centuries of isolation and hunger for power. It seeks to gather all magical energy unto itself, to become the sole wielder of magic in our world. It has convinced Godric that by doing so, it can protect magic from future threats. I alone recognize this deception for what it is. The manuscript detailed Slytherin's desperate attempts to warn the other founders, who dismissed his concerns as jealousy and paranoia. In his final act before leaving Hogwarts, Slytherin had managed to extract the entity from Gryffindor and seal it beneath the lake, binding it with Parseltongue enchantments, magic that could not be broken except by one of his own bloodline. Or by a magical disturbance of unprecedented magnitude, Septimus whispered to himself, thinking of the strange celestial alignment he'd been charting. With growing dread, he realized what the earthquake meant. The entity had awakened. Over the following weeks, strange occurrences plagued Hogwarts. Students began manifesting extraordinary magical abilities, a first-year Hufflepuff suddenly conjuring a fully corporeal Patronus, a Ravenclaw fourth-year performing wandless transfiguration, a Gryffindor Quidditch player who briefly achieved unassisted flight. Yet each miraculous display was followed by a mysterious magical depletion, leaving the students weak and their magical cores dangerously unstable. The head mistress of Hogwarts, Helena Longbottom, a formidable witch with steel-grey hair and the unmistakable Longbottom determination in her eyes, called an emergency staff meeting in her office, where Septimus finally revealed what he had discovered. "You expect us to believe that Salazar Slytherin was the hero of this tale?" Helena asked skeptically, her fingers drumming against the desk. "That Godric Gryffindor was being possessed by some fragment of Merlin's corrupted consciousness? I understand your skepticism, headmistress," Septimus replied calmly, though his heart raced. "History has not been kind to Slytherin, but the manuscript could be an elaborate forgery," interrupted Professor Finnegan, the elderly charms teacher, "or worse, a trap." "I've verified its authenticity," Septimus insisted, "and it explains what's happening to our students. This entity, this corrupted fragment of Merlin, feeds on magic. It's awakened and is now connecting with the students, enhancing their abilities to create magical surges it can feast upon." An uncomfortable silence fell over the room until Helena spoke again. "Even if what you say is true, Professor Prince, what do you propose we do about it?" "According to the manuscript, there is a form of defensive Parseltongue magic that can bind the entity again," Septimus explained. "Slytherin created it specifically for this purpose." "And I suppose you just happen to speak Parseltongue?" Helena asked, one eyebrow raised. Septimus hesitated, then spoke the truth that had haunted his family for generations. "I'm the last descendant of Salazar Slytherin, headmistress." The room erupted in chaos. For centuries, the name of Slytherin had been tainted by its association with dark wizards, most notably Voldemort. Though decades had passed since the Battle of Hogwarts, old prejudices died hard. "Silence!" Helena commanded, and the room immediately fell quiet. She fixed Septimus with a penetrating stare. "Why did you keep this heritage secret when you applied for the position here? Would you have hired me if I hadn't?" Septimus countered softly. Helena's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Perhaps not, but deception is hardly the way to build trust, Professor Prince." "Neither is prejudice, headmistress," he replied. "I've spent my life running from a legacy I didn't choose. But perhaps this is why I was drawn to Hogwarts, to finally set things right." Before Helena could respond, the office door burst open. Professor Weasley, the latest in a long line of red-headed teachers from that illustrious family, stood in the doorway, face ashen. "3 more students have collapsed," she reported breathlessly. "And there's something in the Great Hall. something like a shadow, but it speaks. They found the entity hovering above the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, a swirling mass of golden black energy that pulsed with stolen magic. Students lay unconscious around the hall, magical energy visibly flowing from them in thin, golden streams toward the vortex. "I have waited a millennium for this awakening," it spoke, its voice resonating through the castle stones themselves. "I am Merlin reborn, come to unite all magic under one will, as it was always meant to be." "You are not Merlin," Septimus called out, stepping forward. "You're merely a fragment, corrupted by isolation and hunger." The entity descended slightly, its mass churning faster. "A son of Slytherin. How fitting that you should witness the completion of what your ancestor tried to prevent." The four founders divided magic into houses, into petty specialties. "I will reunite what never should have been separated." Around them, the unconscious students began to pale, their life forces dangerously depleted as the entity fed. Septimus turned to Helena. "I need the houses united, truly united, to perform the binding spell. Slytherin created it, but it draws on the strengths of all four houses." Helena nodded grimly, then raised her wand to her throat. "Sonorous, students of Hogwarts, house rivalries have defined us for 1,000 years, but today they may destroy us. Stand together, Gryffindor bravery, Hufflepuff loyalty, Ravenclaw wisdom, and Slytherin ambition as one Hogwarts." To everyone's surprise, it was a young Gryffindor who first moved to stand beside Septimus, followed by a Hufflepuff prefect, then a cluster of Ravenclaws. Slowly, the conscious students formed a circle around the Great Hall, hands clasped regardless of house colors. Drawing on ancestral knowledge that seemed to flow through his very blood, Septimus began to chant in parcel tongue. The strange, sibilant sounds echoed through the hall, but instead of inspiring fear, as they once might have, they now carried a note of protection. The entity thrashed and expanded, striking out with tendrils of energy. "You cannot undo what has begun. I am the future of magic." "No," Septimus replied, switching to English. "You are its past. Magic doesn't belong to one wizard, not to Merlin, not to Voldemort, not even to the founders. It belongs to all who respect its balance." As he resumed the Parseltongue incantation, the students' joined hands began to glow with light of four colors: red, yellow, blue, and green, spiraling upward to form a containment around the entity. From his robes, Septimus withdrew the manuscript, which now glowed with the same four-colored light. "Salazar didn't create a prison," Septimus explained as the binding spell strengthened. "He created a purifier. He believed that even this corrupted fragment could be redeemed if it remembered what magic truly is. Not power for its own sake, but a force that unites us all." With a final complex phrase in Parseltongue, Septimus completed the spell. The entity contracted, compressed, and finally descended into the open pages of the manuscript, which sealed itself with a flash of golden light. The storm outside the castle subsided. The unconscious students began to stir, and in the center of the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling, which had always shown the sky outside, now displayed something new. 4 constellations in the shapes of the house mascots, circling a brilliant central star. The truth has a way of emerging, even after 1,000 years, Helena said quietly, standing beside Septimus as they gazed upward. "Perhaps it's time for new histories to be written." Septimus nodded, feeling centuries of family shame lifting from his shoulders. "And new legacies to be forged." High above them, the stone foundations of Hogwarts settled once more, but the ancient walls seemed somehow lighter, as if a tension held for a millennium had finally been resolved. The stones still whispered their secrets, but now, perhaps, more of the castle's inhabitants would learn how to listen. Story 2. Lightning split the sky above Hogwarts Castle, illuminating ancient stone battlements in stark, electric blue as thunder shook the very foundations of the thousand-year-old stronghold. But it was not merely thunder that caused the North Tower to tremble on this tempestuous equinox night. Deep within its weathered stones, something ancient was awakening. Professor Orion Flamel stood at his tower window, mesmerized by the magical storm raging outside. Unlike ordinary tempests, this one shimmered with arcane energy, ribbons of silver, gold, and emerald light tangled with the lightning, painting the night sky with ethereal brushstrokes. As the newest addition to Hogwarts faculty, the young Care of Magical Creatures professor had heard whispers of the septennial Merlin storms, but witnessing one firsthand was an entirely different matter. "Remarkable," he breathed, his amber eyes reflecting the dance of magical energies. A descendant of the legendary Nicholas Flamel, Orion had inherited his ancestors' fascination with magical phenomena, though his interests leaned toward living creatures rather than immortality-granting stones. A particularly violent tremor suddenly shook the tower, sending books tumbling from shelves and magical artifacts clattering to the floor. But it was the sound that followed, a high, keening wail that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, that caused Orion to freeze. That was no settling of ancient stones or howl of wind through arrow slits. That was the cry of a creature being born. Guided by instinct more than reason, Orion pressed his hands against the north wall of his chamber, where the sound seemed strongest. The stones felt unnaturally warm beneath his palms. As another flash of enchanted lightning illuminated the room, he noticed something extraordinary, a hairline crack spreading across the wall's surface, following the pattern of the mortar between stones. "Revelio," he whispered, touching his wand to the fracture. The wall shuddered, then split open like the pages of a book, revealing a hidden chamber that, by all laws of architecture, should not have existed within the tower's circumference. At its center, glowing with inner fire, lay the remains of what could only be described as a massive egg, its petrified shell now cracking apart to reveal a creature of legend. A dragon hatchling, no larger than a cat, emerged from the calcified shell fragments. Its scales shimmered with a metallic iridescence that shifted between gold, bronze, and copper with each movement. Delicate membrane wings unfurled like living stained glass, and intelligent eyes, startlingly similar in color to Orion's own, blinked up at the astonished professor. "An imperial dragon," Orion whispered in awe, recognizing the species from ancient illustrations in his family's private library. "But that's impossible. They've been extinct since before Hogwarts was founded." Yet here one was, regarding him with unmistakable sentience. As Orion cautiously extended his hand, the dragonette approached, pressing its warm snout against his palm. A jolt of energy surged through Orion's body, a magical connection forming between wizard and dragon that transcended ordinary bonds between man and beast. In that moment of connection, knowledge flooded Orion's mind, visions of Godric Gryffindor himself placing the petrified egg within the tower walls, whispering protective enchantments meant to preserve it until magic's greatest need would arise. The dragon had been waiting, suspended between life and death, for over 1,000 years. "But why now?" Orion murmured, cradling the creature that had instinctively climbed onto his shoulder. "And what need has summoned you from your long sleep, little one?" As if in answer, the magical storm outside intensified, and the hatchling spread its wings, releasing a harmonic trill that resonated with the magical energies swirling beyond the castle walls. Orion felt his own magical core respond, expanding and clarifying like a musical note being purified. Word of the dragon's hatching spread through Hogwarts faster than flue powder through a chimney. By morning, as the magical storm subsided, Headmistress McGonagall's successor, Artemisia Finch, had called an emergency meeting of the faculty while sending an obligatory owl to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. An imperial dragon at Hogwarts, Professor Longbottom mused, shaking his head in wonder. The venerable herbology master had seen many marvels in his long career, but this revelation had rendered even him speechless. "It's an opportunity for unprecedented research," squeaked tiny Professor Flitwick's successor, Charms Master Petronella Prism, practically levitating with excitement. "It's a catastrophe waiting to happen," countered Percival Weasley, the history of magic professor who had finally replaced the ghostly Professor Binns. Imperial dragons were feared even in ancient times for their ability to amplify their bonded wizards' powers 100-fold. The Ministry will never allow it to remain here. As if summoned by his words, the great doors of the staff room burst open, admitting a tall, imposing witch in the midnight blue robes of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Her dark skin contrasted sharply with her silver-streaked hair, which was pulled back in a severe bun that emphasized her hawkish features and penetrating gaze. "Calypso Shacklebolt," Headmistress Finch acknowledged with a guarded nod. "The Ministry certainly responded swiftly to our notification. When it concerns an extinct apex predator hatching in a school full of children, Headmistress, swift is the only acceptable response." Calypso replied coolly, her eyes finding Orion, who sat with the dragonet curled contentedly in his lap. "Professor Flamel, I presume, I'll need you to relinquish the creature immediately." Orion felt the dragon tense under his protective hand. "With respect, Madam Shacklebolt, this isn't a matter for the DMLE. If anything, it falls under the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." A shadow passed over Calypso's severe features. "When a Class XXXXX creature bonds with a wizard, potentially creating a magical liability that could threaten the statute of secrecy, it becomes precisely my jurisdiction." She extended a gloved hand. "The dragon, Professor." Now. The Imperial Dragon raised its head, meeting Calypso's gaze with unmistakable defiance. A low, melodic growl vibrated from its throat, and Orion felt a surge of protective magic course through him. "I cannot," he said simply, surprising himself with the quiet authority in his voice. "This dragon was placed here by Godric Gryffindor himself, preserved for a specific purpose that I believe is only now revealing itself. To separate us might damage whatever destiny he intended." "Destiny?" Calypso scoffed. 27 years in magical law enforcement has taught me that destiny is usually the excuse people give before making catastrophically poor decisions." Her wand appeared in her hand with practiced fluidity. "Don't force me to take it by magical means, Professor." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as the two locked gazes, neither willing to yield. "Perhaps," Headmistress Finch interjected diplomatically, "we might reach a compromise. The dragon remains at Hogwarts under controlled conditions for research purposes, with Ministry oversight." Before Calypso could respond, the castle's ancient warning bells began to toll, a sound not heard since the Battle of Hogwarts decades earlier. The dragonet leapt up, wings spread wide, its melodic cry harmonizing eerily with the alarms. "We're under attack," Professor Longbottom announced grimly, already moving toward the door with wand drawn. "The protective wards are being systematically dismantled." Orion felt a strange heat emanating from the dragon as its scales shifted to a burnished copper hue. "It senses something," he murmured, "something specifically threatening to it." Calypso's professional mask slipped for just a moment, revealing a flicker of genuine fear. "The Brotherhood of the Flame," she whispered. "Oh, they couldn't possibly have learned about the hatching so quickly, unless they've been waiting," Orion finished, the realization dawning, "monitoring for signs of the dragon's awakening." "Who or what is the Brotherhood of the Flame?" demanded Headmistress Finch. "An ancient magical order thought extinct centuries ago," Calypso explained tersely, her wand now aimed at the windows rather than Orion. "They worship dragons not as creatures, but as vessels of pure magical energy. Specifically, they believe imperial dragons are the key to achieving magical immortality through a ritual that transfers the dragon's essence to a human host." Outside the castle, dark-robed figures appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, moving with unnatural synchronicity toward Hogwarts' main gates. At their center walked a tall figure whose robes seemed to absorb the very light around them. "Impossible!" gasped Professor Weasley, peering through the window. That's Professor Xanderoth!" He turned to the others, face pale. "Our defense against the dark arts teacher from 10 years ago. He disappeared after his tenure. We all assumed he'd met the usual fate of that cursed position." "He didn't disappear," Calypso corrected grimly. "He went underground to resurrect the Brotherhood. We've been tracking him for years, but never imagined." She turned to Orion, her expression transforming from antagonism to urgent alliance. "The dragon cannot fall into their hands. Their ritual would drain not just its magic, but potentially all magical energy within a 100-mile radius, including from every student in this school." The Imperial Dragon trilled a note of defiance and leapt onto Orion's shoulder, its wings now fully extended. As it did, Orion felt his magical senses expanding exponentially. He could suddenly perceive the complex web of protective enchantments surrounding Hogwarts, could see exactly where the Brotherhood's ritual was unraveling them, strand by strand. "I can stop them," he said with sudden certainty, the dragon's amplifying presence filling him with power he'd never imagined possessing. But I'll need help." Calypso studied him for a long moment, years of rigid adherence to protocol warring with the immediate threat facing them. Finally, she nodded. "What do you need?" "Cover," Orion replied, already moving toward the door. "And perhaps an explanation of why you recognize Imperial Dragon trills with such precision, Madam Shacklebolt." A ghost of pain crossed Calypso's face. "My mother was the last known keeper of an Imperial Dragon egg in Britain. The Brotherhood took both her and the egg when I was a child. I've spent my career ensuring no one else suffers that fate." Understanding passed between them, adversaries transformed into allies by a common enemy, and entwined fates neither could have anticipated when the magical storm began the previous night. As they raced toward the castle battlements, the Imperial Dragon spread its wings wider, each beat resonating with the ancient magic of Hogwarts itself. Whatever purpose Godric Gryffindor had envisioned for the creature a millennium ago was about to be fulfilled, and the North Tower's long-kept secret would finally face the light of day, and the darkness that sought to claim it. Story 3. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle held many secrets, but none so carefully guarded as those kept by Corvus Black. As moonlight spilled through the stained-glass windows of his dungeon laboratory, casting prismatic shadows across bubbling cauldrons and rare ingredients, the potions master worked with practiced precision. His long, elegant fingers moved with the confidence of a maestro, adding exactly 3 drops of silvery unicorn tears to a simmering concoction that glowed with an ethereal blue luminescence. Outside, the waxing gibbous moon climbed higher in the night sky, a celestial timekeeper counting down to his monthly transformation. 3 days remained before its fullness would trigger the ancient curse that had haunted the Black family for generations. 3 days of normalcy before his magic would become a tempest of destructive force that required absolute isolation. Corvus studied his reflection in the polished surface of his silver stirring rod. Sharp cheekbones, storm-grey eyes, and a single streak of silver running through otherwise raven-black hair. At 35, he had mastered the art of invisibility in plain sight. Despite his distinguished position at Britain's premier magical institution, few knew of his true lineage, a direct descendant of the House of Black, a family believed to have no surviving heirs after the Second Wizarding War. A sudden knock at his door shattered the midnight quiet. "Enter!" he commanded, his voice carrying the subtle aristocratic inflection he typically worked to suppress. The heavy oak door swung open to reveal Headmistress Evanora Wildsmith, her normally composed features strained with worry. Behind her stood an unfamiliar witch in scarlet aura robes, her fiery Weasley hair immediately betraying her family origins, though her expression held none of her clan's characteristic warmth. "Professor Black," the headmistress began without preamble, "I apologize for the intrusion at this late hour, but circumstances are dire. This is Senior Aura Aurora Weasley from the Ministry. She needs to speak with you on a matter of utmost urgency." The Aura stepped forward, her calculating gaze sweeping the laboratory before settling on Corvus with unmistakable suspicion. "Professor Black," she acknowledged with a curt nod. "Or should I say, the last scion of the noble and most ancient House of Black." Corvus carefully set down his stirring rod, his expression betraying nothing while his mind raced. His carefully constructed anonymity, maintained for over 15 years, had evidently been compromised. "My family connections are hardly relevant to my position here," he replied evenly. "What brings the Ministry's elite to my doorstep at such an hour?" Aurora Weasley's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 former members of the Order of the Phoenix have been attacked in the past week. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Hestia Jones, and just hours ago, my own uncle, George Weasley. Corvus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dungeon's perpetual dampness. "I fail to see how this concerns me. The magical signature left at each attack site," Aurora continued, pulling a sealed parchment from her robes, "bears striking similarities to a very specific type of magic, one historically associated with your family line." The parchment unfurled itself on his workbench, revealing complex magical diagrams that made Corvus's blood run cold. The arcane patterns matched exactly the magical disruption that occurred during his full moon transformations. "Impossible," he whispered, studying the familiar yet terrifying confluences of energy. "This is ancient Black family magic, unstable, volatile. I'm the only living person who carries this affliction." "Evidently not," Aurora responded sharply, "unless you've found a way to be in multiple locations simultaneously. The timing of the latest attack confirms your alibi, which is the only reason you're not in Ministry custody right now." The headmistress cleared her throat gently. "The Minister for Magic has specifically requested your expertise, Corvus. Your unique understanding of this magic makes you invaluable to the investigation. My unique understanding, as you put it, comes at a steep price," Corvus replied, gesturing toward the waxing moon visible through the window. "In 3 days, I will be in no condition to assist anyone." Aurora's expression shifted subtly, professional detachment giving way to something more complex. "We're aware of your condition, Professor. The Ministry has prepared accommodations that will contain your episodes while allowing the investigation to continue." "Containment isn't the issue," Corvus countered. "During the full moon, my magic becomes unpredictable, destructive. I could harm those around me without intending to." "We've faced worse," Aurora stated flatly. "Time is of the essence." These attacks are escalating, and intelligence suggests they're building towards something catastrophic. Corvus turned back to his potion, adding a precise measure of powdered moonstone that caused the liquid to shift from blue to a deep violet. This Wolf's Bane variant helps me maintain some control, he explained reluctantly. And it's my own formulation, designed specifically for the Black family curse. Then bring it, Aurora instructed, her tone brooking no argument. We leave for London within the hour. The Ministry of Magic had changed significantly since the war. Gone were the oppressive fountains and propaganda. In their place stood a memorial to those who had fallen, fighting against Voldemort's tyranny. A phoenix rising from crystal flames, its wings spread protectively over stone figures representing all magical beings who had united against darkness. Corvus followed Aurora through hushed corridors, aware of the stares and whispers that tracked their progress. Word of his identity had evidently spread quickly. "Oh, they're wondering if you're anything like your infamous relatives," Aurora commented without turning. Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius Black, both brilliant, both damaged by their bloodline in different ways. "My father was Regulus Black's son," Corvus replied quietly, "born in secret and hidden away before Regulus's death, defying the Dark Lord. I never knew my black heritage until the curse manifested when I turned 13. Aurora paused outside a heavy door marked with ancient runes of containment and protection. "In here," she directed, pressing her wand to an intricate lock mechanism. The chamber beyond resembled an aura war room, walls covered with maps and photographs, evidence floating in magical suspension, and in the center, a massive pensive glowing with stored memories. What caught Corvus's attention, however, was the group of wizards gathered around a large table. Professor Black greeted Minister for Magic Hermione Granger, her intelligent eyes assessing him carefully. "Thank you for coming. We have a situation that uniquely requires your expertise." Beside her stood Harry Potter himself, now head of the Aura Department, his legendary lightning scar barely visible beneath graying hair. Other faces Corvus recognized from history books and chocolate frog cards, the heroes of the last war, now assembled once more. "We believe we're facing a coordinated effort by survivors of Voldemort's inner circle," Potter explained without preamble, directing his wand at the central table, which transformed into a three-dimensional map of Britain with glowing markers indicating attack sites. "They're targeting Order members systematically, using magic we've never encountered before, magic that appears linked to your family." "Impossible," Corvus repeated his earlier assertion. "The curse cannot be wielded. It's not a tool, but a burden. It transforms our natural magic into chaotic energy during the full moon. Destructive, yes, but not precise enough for targeted attacks." Aurora stepped forward, her skepticism evident. "If yet the magical signature is identical, either you're involved or someone has found a way to harness this untamable magic." Hermione Granger raised a hand, silencing further debate. "Professor, what do you know about the origins of your family's curse?" Corvus hesitated. Family secrets were sacrosanct among purebloods, especially those as ancient as the Blacks. Yet these were extraordinary circumstances. "The curse dates back to Phineas Nigellus Black's time," he explained reluctantly. "He was researching ways to amplify magical power, experimenting with celestial alignments and blood magic. Something went catastrophically wrong during a ritual performed under a total lunar eclipse. The curse has affected certain Black descendants ever since. Not all, but those with a specific magical affinity." "And what happens exactly during these episodes?" Potter pressed. "My magic becomes unfiltered," Corvus explained, struggling to articulate the experience. "Raw power without precision or control, responding to emotions rather than intent. It's why I isolate myself. The potential for destruction is immense. Aurora turned suddenly, her gaze intense. Unfiltered magic, raw power. Exactly what would be needed to reconstitute something as fragmented and damaged as a soul piece. Hermione finished, her face paling. Harry, you don't think... Not all the Horcruxes were accounted for, Potter said quietly. We believed them destroyed, but if even a fragment survived, and if these Death Eaters found a way to harness the Black family magic to restore it, the implications hung heavy in the air. A partial resurrection of the Dark Lord would be catastrophic for the wizarding world that had only just rebuilt itself after decades of peace. There's more, Aurora added grimly. We've identified at least one of the perpetrators from surveillance enchantments. She flicked her wand at the pensieve, causing a ghostly image to rise from its silvery surface, a wizard believed long dead, his face half hidden beneath a hood, but his distinctive wandwork unmistakable. Antonin Dolohov, gasped one of the older Aurors, but he died in the Battle of Hogwarts. Apparently not, Aurora replied. Diony's not working alone. As the conversation continued around him, Corvus found his attention drawn to a peculiar artifact displayed among the evidence. A tarnished silver locket bearing the Black family crest, its surface etched with the same runic patterns that manifested in his own magical aura during transformations. Moving closer, he felt an inexplicable resonance between the locket and something in his own blood, a recognition beyond conscious understanding. As his fingers hovered near it, the locket emitted a faint, pulsing glow, synchronized perfectly with his heartbeat. "Where did you find this?" he demanded, interrupting the ongoing discussion. Aurora stepped beside him, her earlier suspicion now tempered with professional curiosity. "Toiled at the site of the first attack. We believe it's being used as a conduit for the amplified magic." "It's more than that," Corvus murmured, studying the ancient symbols. "This belongs to the original ritual that created the curse, a focus designed to channel and control the wild magic of the Blacks." He looked up, meeting Aurora's gaze directly. "If Dolohov and his allies are using this to harness magic similar to my curse, they're not trying to resurrect Voldemort." "Then what?" Potter asked. "They're trying to bind him, or what remains of him, to a living vessel, a descendant of the Black family whose natural magic has already been attuned to chaos." Corvus's voice grew quiet. "They need me." "The attacks were never random. They were leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for the Ministry to follow, ensuring you would bring me directly to them." Realization dawned on Aurora's face, just as the lights throughout the Ministry flickered ominously. Warning klaxons began to wail as the protective enchantments surrounding the building shuddered under sudden assault. "It's a trap," she whispered, her hand instinctively reaching for Corvus's arm as the moon, now nearly full, emerged from behind passing clouds. Its silvery light streamed through the enchanted windows, bathing Corvus in its glow. He felt the familiar stirring of the curse within his blood, the moon's pull awakening ancient magic that twisted and churned beneath his skin. But for the first time since childhood, he did not fight against the rising tide of power. "Yes," he agreed, his eyes beginning to shimmer with the same silvery light as the moon above. "But not for us." As the Ministry's defenses began to fall and the distinctive cracks of apparition signaled the arrival of their enemies, Corvus Black's lips curled into a smile that would have made his ancestors proud. "The House of Black has always kept its most dangerous secrets close," he said softly, drawing his wand as the curse-enhanced magic surged through him, controllable now, in a way it had never been before. "It's time our enemies learned why." Aurora Weasley stood beside him, her own wand raised, her natural legitimacy allowing her to anticipate his movements with perfect synchronicity. Together, they faced the doorway as shadows approached, an unlikely alliance prepared to ensure that the legacy of darkness would end once and for all, with the light of the black moon rising. Story 4. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle had witnessed 1,000 years of magical history, but never before had they seen the past and present collide in such spectacular fashion. As midnight struck on the winter solstice, the Ravenclaw Tower's circular common room glimmered with an otherworldly blue light, not from the enchanted ceiling that mirrored the star-strewn sky outside, but from the weathered pages of a book that should not exist. Thaddeus Crane sat cross-legged on the midnight blue carpet, his slender fingers trembling as they hovered over the open grimoire. Unlike the other third years who had departed for holiday festivities, Thaddeus had chosen to remain at Hogwarts, as he always did. The castle's emptiness provided a welcome respite from the whispers and sidelong glances that followed him through its hallowed halls. Being the grandson of an infamous Azkaban escapee ensured that, even among Ravenclaws, known for valuing intellect over lineage, Thaddeus remained an outsider. But isolation had its advantages. No one else had noticed when a previously blank section of bookshelf in the Ravenclaw library had shimmered on the solstice eve, revealing a slender volume bound in midnight leather and adorned with bronze filigree in the shape of an eagle with outstretched wings. The book had practically called to him, its presence tugging at his consciousness like the gentle pull of an incoming tide. The grimoire's title, etched in elegant script, read Tempus Revelio, the chronologies of Rowena Ravenclaw. Beneath it, a warning in smaller text, time unbound brings wisdom profound, yet peril lies where timelines collide. What secrets do you hold? Thaddeus whispered, his voice barely audible in the empty tower room. As if responding to his inquiry, the book's azure glow intensified. Symbols etched along its margins, runes Thaddeus recognized from his ancient studies elective, began to shift and rearrange themselves. A sensation like static electricity tingled up his arms as the grimoire's pages turned of their own accord, settling on an illustration of an hourglass surrounded by concentric rings of arcane formulae. Thaddeus leaned closer, squinting through wire-rimmed spectacles at the flowing script beneath the illustration. Yidum, the Tempus Aperio ritual, he read aloud, for glimpsing the tapestry of time in its woven splendor. The academic in him knew he should report this discovery to Professor Flitwick, or the headmistress. But a lifetime of being overlooked had planted a seed of rebellion in Thaddeus's heart, a desire to accomplish something noteworthy, to prove his worth beyond the shadow of his grandfather's crimes. One drop of essence upon the central rune, he continued reading, and speak the incantation thrice. With only minimal hesitation, Thaddeus extracted his wand from the pocket of his robes. Essentia Persone, he whispered, pressing the wand tip to his index finger. A small droplet of silvery essence, not quite blood, but something more ephemeral, gathered at his fingertip. Heart racing, he allowed the droplet to fall onto the central rune of the illustrated hourglass. The moment it made contact, the grimoire's glow expanded outward, enveloping the entire common room in pulsating azure light. Tempus Revelio, Thaddeus intoned, his voice gaining confidence with each repetition. Tempus Revelio. Tempus Revelio. The air around him seemed to thicken, pressure building in his ears as if he were diving deep beneath the black lake. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, though nothing visible had broken, reality itself appeared to crack. A fissure of golden light appeared in the center of the common room, hovering mid-air like a vertical lightning bolt frozen in time. Thaddeus scrambled backward, the grimoire forgotten as the fissure widened, edges rippling like disturbed water. Through the opening, he glimpsed impossible things. The Ravenclaw Tower, as it might have appeared centuries ago, with different furnishings and unfamiliar faces in antiquated robes gathered around a central table. One figure, a regal woman with flowing dark hair and a diadem that seemed to glow with inner light, turned toward the temporal window, her eyes widening in shock as she met Thaddeus's gaze across the centuries, Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Before Thaddeus could process this extraordinary encounter, the fissure collapsed in on itself with a thunderous implosion that sent him tumbling backward against a bookshelf. Silence reclaimed the common room, broken only by his ragged breathing and the distant hooting of owls from the tower's exterior perches. What Thaddeus didn't realize as dawn broke over the snow-covered grounds of Hogwarts was that this temporal disturbance was merely the first of many. The grimoire of time had awakened after centuries of dormancy, and the boundaries between past, present, and future had begun to fray throughout the ancient castle. By the time term resumed in January, Hogwarts had become a labyrinth of temporal anomalies. Suits of armor from different centuries stood side by side in the corridors. Confused students reported encountering unfamiliar ghosts that vanished when approached. And during a particularly chaotic transfiguration lesson, a flock of dodos, extinct for Muggle centuries, materialized in the classroom before disappearing through the stone floor. The staff attributed these occurrences to an unusually strong convergence of magical ley lines beneath the castle, a plausible explanation that Thaddeus neither confirmed nor denied as guilt gnawed at him. He had attempted to reverse the ritual, spending countless hours in the restricted section researching temporal magic, but to no avail. The grimoire itself had vanished from his dormitory the morning after the solstice, leaving him with no way to undo what he had done. It was during one such research session in the library that fate intervened in the form of Lyra Malfoy. "It was you, wasn't it?" Her voice cut through the silence, causing Thaddeus to start so violently he knocked over an inkwell. "You're the one who's been meddling with time." Lyra stood before him, her platinum blonde hair pulled back in a severe braid that emphasized her sharp cheekbones and piercing grey eyes. As a fifth-year Slytherin prefect and descendant of one of Wizarding Britain's most infamous families, she had every reason to report him to the authorities. The Malfoys had spent 2 decades rebuilding their reputation after the Second Wizarding War. The last thing they needed was association with another magical catastrophe. "I don't know what you're talking about," Thaddeus stammered, hastily gathering his notes. Lyra's eyes narrowed as she slid into the chair opposite him, leaning forward to speak in a hushed tone. "Save it, Crane. I know what Ravenclaw's grimoire looks like. My grandmother had a manuscript describing it in our family library." Her expression softened slightly at his obvious distress. "Relax. I'm not here to turn you in." "Then what do you want?" Thaddeus asked warily. "Your help. Yesterday, during astronomy, a temporal rift opened on the tower. I saw something." She hesitated, uncharacteristic vulnerability crossing her features. "I saw the Battle of Hogwarts. The moment my father chose not to identify Harry Potter to the Death Eaters, the moment that ultimately saved our family from ruin." Thaddeus swallowed hard, understanding dawning. "You think these rifts are showing pivotal moments in time, moments that could be changed?" Lyra nodded grimly. "And I don't think that's a coincidence. Someone deliberately released that grimoire, knowing a curious Ravenclaw would be unable to resist its allure." She fixed him with an intense stare. "Have you considered why it appeared to you specifically? How it found its way into your hands?" The question had indeed haunted Thaddeus's sleepless nights. "You think I was targeted, but why?" "That's what we need to find out," Lyra replied, determination hardening her delicate features. Because the temporal disturbances are getting worse, and I believe someone is planning to use them to alter history, our history. Their unlikely alliance formed in that moment, the ostracized Ravenclaw and the Slytherin scion seeking redemption, united by the urgent need to reclaim the grimoire and seal the fracturing timeline before irreparable damage could be done. The trail led them through secret passages of Hogwarts that neither knew existed, guided by Lyra's uncanny ability to sense the fluctuating temporal energy and Thaddeus's encyclopedic knowledge of the castle's architectural history. Together, they witnessed glimpses of Hogwarts through the ages, its construction under the four founders, the installation of the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling, the tragic death of the Grey Lady. It was during one such exploration of a temporal anomaly in the dungeons that they encountered their first real clue and danger. The rift shimmered against the stone wall like heat haze, through which they glimpsed a chamber in the Department of Mysteries. A figure in the distinctive hooded robes of an unspeakable stood before a vast contraption resembling a mechanical orrery. But instead of planets, it tracked glowing threads of temporal energy. That's Kronos' chamber, Lyra whispered. My father mentioned it once. It's where the Ministry studies the fundamental properties of time. Before Thaddeus could respond, the unspeakable turned, pushing back their hood to reveal a face that struck him with immediate recognition. The angular features and penetrating gaze of Octavia Rookwood, a Ministry researcher who had visited Hogwarts the previous term to deliver a guest lecture on theoretical magic. She seemed so interested in my family history, Thaddeus murmured, pieces falling into place. Asked about my grandfather, about his research before he was imprisoned. Lyra grabbed his arm as Rookwood appeared to look directly at them through the rift, a smile of grim satisfaction spreading across her face. She can see us. We need to... Her warning came too late. Rookwood raised a twisted wand of dark wood, and with a slashing motion, the temporal window transformed from a passive viewing portal to an active gateway. The dungeon corridor distorted around them as they were pulled inexorably toward the rift. She's using the grimoire to create fixed points of access between time periods, Thaddeus shouted over the roaring vortex of magical energy. If she succeeds in stabilizing these gateways, she could change any moment in history, Lyra finished, her voice tight with fear, including the outcome of both wizarding wars. As they tumbled through the collapsing boundaries of time and space, Thaddeus clutched the one thing that might save them, a bronze raven's feather that had fallen from the grimoire's binding, which he'd kept as a talisman. In the swirling chaos between worlds, it glowed with the same azure light as the book itself, a beacon in the temporal storm. "Hold on to me," he called to Lyra, who gripped his hand with surprising strength. I think the grimoire is calling to us." Indeed, through the maelstrom of fractured realities, a familiar midnight blue tome hovered in Rookwood's chamber, its pages fluttering rapidly as if caught in a violent wind. The unspeakable struggled to maintain control of the artifact, which seemed to be fighting against her influence. It was never meant to be used this way, Thaddeus realized aloud. Ravenclaw created it to observe time, not manipulate it. It's rejecting Rookwood's intentions. With newfound determination, he pointed the feather toward the grimoire and shouted words that came to him instinctively, as if whispered by Ravenclaw herself across the centuries. Tempus rectificet, time mend what time has rent. The feather pulsed with blinding light, and the grimoire responded in kind. Pages tore themselves free, swirling around Rookwood in a paper cyclone before exploding outward with concussive force. The unspeakable was thrown backward as the temporal gateways throughout Hogwarts began to collapse. Reality knitting itself back together thread by shimmering thread, In the heart of the maelstrom, Thaddeus and Lyra clung to each other as centuries whirled around them. They glimpsed moments of Hogwarts, past, present, and possible futures, some glorious, others terrible, before being deposited unceremoniously back in the castle's present-day dungeon corridor. As they lay gasping on the cold stone floor, the bronze feather disintegrated into motes of light that danced briefly around them before fading into the air. The temporal rifts had sealed, leaving only the faintest shimmer in the castle stones to mark where boundaries between eras had momentarily dissolved. "Is it over?" Lyra asked, her normally perfect composure thoroughly disheveled. Thaddeus nodded slowly, helping her to her feet. The grimoire destroyed itself rather than be misused. I think that's what Ravenclaw intended all along. A fail-safe. But Rookwood is still out there, Lyra pointed out, brushing dust from her robes. And now we know too much about her plans. Thaddeus met her concerned gaze with unexpected resolve. Then I suppose our alliance needs to continue. A hint of a smile curved Lyra's lips as she extended her hand to the Ravenclaw boy, who had inadvertently drawn her into an adventure that transcended both time and house rivalries. "I suppose it does, Crane." "I suppose it does." Above them, the ancient stones of Hogwarts settled once more into their proper time and place, witnesses to yet another extraordinary chapter in the castle's long history, and to an unlikely friendship forged in the crucible of temporal crisis, with many more adventures yet to come. Story 5. The Forbidden Forest had always whispered secrets to those who dared listen. On this night, its ancient trees swayed beneath a blood-red moon, their gnarled branches casting serpentine shadows across the frost-kissed ground. Deep within its heart, where even the bravest centaurs seldom ventured, something primordial was stirring. Professor Eleonora Blackwood stood at the forest's edge, her silhouette a solitary sentinel against the encroaching darkness. Ethereal wisps of silver escaped her lips with each breath, disappearing into the winter air as she gazed into the impenetrable tangle of ancient oaks and grasping thorns. To the casual observer, she appeared to be merely another Hogwarts professor taking a moment of solitude, tall and elegant in midnight blue robes embroidered with celestial symbols, her raven hair streaked with a single dramatic bolt of white that had appeared the night she had faced down the creature known only as Mordrath. But Eleonora was not stargazing. Her amber eyes, unnaturally bright in the moonlight, were fixed upon a shimmering distortion barely visible among the trees, a magical barrier older than Hogwarts itself, now flickering like a candle in its final moments. "It's weakening faster than I feared," she whispered to the raven perched on her shoulder, its obsidian feathers iridescent under the crimson moonlight. "Bo, the Founder's veil cannot hold much longer, Thanatos." The raven cocked its head, intelligent eyes reflecting starlight. "Then perhaps it is time to break your silence, mistress," it replied in a voice like rustling parchment, "before what lies beyond breaks through." Eleonora's slender fingers instinctively sought the ancient amulet concealed beneath her robes, a quaternary knot of metals, each representing one of Hogwarts' founding wizards. Gold for Gryffindor's courage, silver for Slytherin's cunning, bronze for Ravenclaw's wisdom, and copper for Hufflepuff's loyalty. The amulet had come to her through complicated threads of inheritance, along with the terrible knowledge of what it protected. "The headmistress must be told," she conceded, turning reluctantly from the forest. And then I must find them, the four who do not know what blood flows in their veins." As she retreated toward the castle's welcoming lights, neither professor nor familiar noticed the mist that seeped through the momentary fracture in the barrier, a wisp of sentient vapor that coiled like a serpent before sliding purposefully toward Hogwarts, seeking a vessel to inhabit once more. Headmistress Minerva McGonagall's office had changed little since her predecessor's time. Portraits of former headmasters still dozed in their frames. Arcane instruments whirred on spindle-legged tables, and Fawkes's empty perch remained as a memorial to Dumbledore. The venerable witch herself sat rigidly behind her desk, spectacles flashing in the firelight as she absorbed Eleonora's revelation. "The Founder's veil," McGonagall repeated, her Scottish accent more pronounced with concern. Albus mentioned it only once, in passing, a protective enchantment that predates the castle itself, designed to contain what precisely? Eleonora hesitated. 7 years as Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor, breaking the position's infamous curse, had earned her McGonagall's trust, but some secrets were burden enough without sharing. An entity," she answered carefully. "From the time before the Statute of Secrecy, when the boundaries between magical realms were more permeable, the Founders united to contain it when they discovered its presence beneath what would become Hogwarts grounds." McGonagall's shrewd eyes narrowed. "And you believe this entity is attempting to escape?" "It has never stopped trying," Eleonora replied grimly. "But the veil has never faltered before. Not like this." Rising from her chair, McGonagall moved to the window, gazing out at the forbidden forest silhouetted against the night sky. Her voice, when she spoke, carried the weight of a woman who had defended Hogwarts through 2 wizarding wars. "What do you need, Professor Blackwood?" "Permission to identify and approach 4 specific students," Eleonora said, "and your discretion. What I must tell them will upend their understanding of their heritage." McGonagall turned, her expression grave. "These students, they are descendants of the Founders, all 4 houses represented?" Eleonora nodded. "Blood calls to blood. Only they can renew the veil's enchantment." "Very well," the headmistress agreed after a moment's consideration. "But I warn you, Eleonora, Hogwarts has seen too many children thrust into battles meant for adults. Tread carefully with these revelations." As Eleonora departed the office, neither witch was aware of the silver mist that had seeped through the keyhole, listening to every word before disappearing through a crack in the ancient stonework, continuing its search for the perfect host. The 4 students could not have been more different, Eleonora reflected as she observed them from the high table at breakfast the following morning. Percival Wyndham, a 7th-year Gryffindor prefect with an easy smile and unruly chestnut hair, held court at his house table, recounting what was undoubtedly another tale of Quidditch glory. His confidence masked a deeper insecurity, the pressure of being the first in his Muggle family to display magical abilities, never suspecting that magic had merely lain dormant in his bloodline for generations. At the Hufflepuff table sat Elowen Marsh, a quiet 5th year with soil perpetually embedded beneath her fingernails from countless hours in the greenhouses. The plants responded to her touch in ways Professor Longbottom had never seen, yet she attributed her gift to patience rather than her direct descent from Helga Hufflepuff's youngest daughter. The Ravenclaw table hosted Theodora Nightshade, a brilliant but isolated 6th year whose theoretical essays on charm construction had already attracted attention from the Department of Mysteries. Behind her wire-rimmed spectacles lay eyes, the precise shade of blue that had once belonged to Rowena herself, though the orphan girl had no knowledge of her illustrious ancestor. Finally, at the Slytherin table, Corvinus Lynch sat alone at the far end, his platinum hair falling across one eye as he focused intently on an ancient text rather than his untouched breakfast. The other Slytherins gave him a wide berth. Rumors of his family's involvement with dark magic during Voldemort's rise had followed him since his first year, obscuring the noble lineage that connected him to Salazar's more honorable endeavors. Eleonora's contemplation was interrupted by the arrival of Argus Filch, the castle's perpetually disgruntled caretaker. The elderly squib shuffled toward McGonagall, leaning heavily on his walking stick, a recent affectation following what he'd described as a fall in the dungeons. Something about his movement caught Eleonora's attention, a subtle grace that belied his apparent infirmity, at odds with the rheumatic gait she'd observed for years. As Filch passed behind her chair, a whisper reached her ears, so faint she might have imagined it. "Sister." A chill raced down Eleonora's spine. She turned sharply, but Filch was already engaged in conversation with the headmistress, his expression its usual mask of sour discontent. Yet for the briefest moment, his eyes, normally watery and pale, flashed with an unnatural obsidian gleam. Impossible," she breathed, her hand instinctively grasping the amulet beneath her robes. Its metal burned cold against her fingers, confirming her worst fears. Mordrath had not perished in their last confrontation as she'd believed. Somehow, he had survived as a spectral essence, and now he had found a host within Hogwarts itself. Her brother, her responsibility. The room of requirement manifested as a circular chamber reminiscent of the Founder's era. Stone walls lined with ancient tapestries, illuminated by floating orbs of enchanted light. 4 ornate chairs formed a semicircle before a central pedestal on which Eleonora had placed the quaternary amulet. "Thank you all for coming," she addressed the 4 bewildered students who had received her mysterious summons. "I realize this is unconventional. That's putting it mildly," Professor Percival responded, voicing what his peers clearly thought. "Your note mentioned a matter of utmost urgency regarding our heritage." Eleonora nodded, gathering her courage. "What I am about to tell you will sound incredible. You will want proof, which I will provide. But first, I must impress upon you the gravity of our situation." She gestured toward the window, where the forbidden forest stretched beneath the afternoon sun. Beneath those trees lies an ancient barrier, created by the 4 founders of Hogwarts, that is now failing. If it collapses entirely, a malevolent entity of immense power will be released. "What sort of entity?" Theodora asked, her academic curiosity immediately engaged. "One that feasts on magic itself," Eleonora replied grimly. "It nearly destroyed the burgeoning magical community a millennium ago, before the founders united to contain it." Corvinus Lynch, who had remained silent until now, leaned forward. "And what exactly does this have to do with us, Professor?" Eleonora met his skeptical gaze directly. "Everything, Mr. Lynch. Because you 4 are the last direct descendants of Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Only you can renew the enchantment that maintains the veil." Stunned silence greeted her pronouncement, broken finally by a disbelieving laugh from Percival. "That's absurd. My parents are muggles." "Magic often skips generations in founder bloodlines," Eleonora explained patiently. "It's a protective adaptation, a way of keeping these lineages hidden from those who would exploit them." She reached for the amulet. "This can prove your heritage beyond doubt. It responds only to founder blood." As skepticism turned to tentative belief through the ancient amulet's confirmation, none noticed the shadowy figure listening at the door. Filch's body animated by Mordrath's consciousness, his eyes gleaming with malevolent purpose as the pieces of a centuries-old vendetta fell into place. The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of secret preparations. Under Eleonora's guidance, the 4 students studied the ancient ritual that would renew the veil's protection, each discovering inherited magical affinities that had lain dormant within them. Percival's transfiguration abilities flourished beyond his years, Eowyn demonstrated earth magic that made the very ground respond to her commands. Theodora mastered complex enchantment theories with intuitive ease. And Corvinus revealed a talent for protective spellcraft that belied Slytherin's darker reputation. Yet even as they grew into their heritage, Eleonora sensed Mordrath's influence spreading throughout the castle. Minor accidents befell them, a staircase that suddenly vanished beneath Theodora, sending her to the hospital wing. Potions ingredients inexplicably switched in Corvinus's advanced brewing assignment, causing a volatile reaction. A bludger that behaved erratically during Percival's Quidditch practice, nearly knocking him from his broom. Then came the night when Elo and Marsh failed to appear for their scheduled practice. They found her wandering the edge of the Forbidden Forest in a trance-like state, with no memory of how she'd arrived there. The incident forced Eleonora to reveal the final piece of the puzzle to her charges, the identity of their adversary. "His name is Mordrath," she explained in the safety of the room of requirement, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "Once a brilliant wizard who believed magical power should be harvested rather than merely channeled, and my brother." "Your brother?" Percival exclaimed. "You never mentioned, because I believed him dead." Eleonora interrupted. "By my own hand, many years ago." She closed her eyes briefly before continuing. "We were both descendants of an ancient line that intermarried with Slytherins. Mordrath embraced the darkest aspects of that heritage. When I refused to join his pursuits, he vowed to unlock the power contained by the Founder's veil, even if it meant sacrificing every magical being in Britain to feed the entity's hunger." Corvinus studied her with newfound understanding. "That's why you took the defense against the dark arts position, not to teach, but to guard." "Both," Eleonora admitted. "I felt the veil's integrity weakening 5 years ago. But I never imagined Mordrath would return, much less possess a member of Hogwarts staff," her hands clenched into fists. "He's using Filch to sabotage our efforts, and worse, to influence vulnerable students into helping him dismantle the veil before we can renew it." As the blood moon rose once more over the Forbidden Forest, Eleonora led her 4 students to the ancient stone circle that marked the veil's anchor points. The quaternary amulet levitated before them, spinning slowly as power gathered from the convergence of founder bloodlines. They were halfway through the renewal ritual when Filch emerged from the tree line, his body moving with the fluid grace of a much younger man, eyes gleaming with inhuman malevolence. "Sister," he called, his voice layered with Mordrath's deeper tones. "How fitting that you should gather my sacrifices so conveniently." 4 descendants, 4 houses, 4 channels to break rather than mend this tedious barrier." Eleonora stepped protectively before her students. "I destroyed you once, Mordrath. I can do it again." "You merely dispersed my essence," he replied with Filch's mouth twisted into an unnatural smile. "And in doing so, taught me how to exist beyond physical form, a lesson I've put to good use." He gestured languidly, and dozens of glowing eyes appeared among the trees, bewitched forest creatures under his control, advancing slowly toward the stone circle. As battle erupted around the ritual site, with enchanted beasts clashing against the combined magic of 4 founder descendants, Eleonora and Mordrath engaged in a duel that transcended physical spellcraft. Sister and brother locked in a psychic battle that spanned the boundaries between worlds. In the midst of chaos, Eleonora realized the terrible truth. Mordrath had never intended to win this confrontation. He merely needed to disrupt the renewal ritual long enough for the veil to collapse under its own instability. Already, the air shimmered with fracturing magic as the ancient barrier began to dissolve. Behind the weakening veil, something vast and hungry stirred, reaching tendrils of anti-magic toward the mortal realm, drawn inexorably to the wellspring of power that was Hogwarts Castle. What happened next would be recounted in whispers among students for generations to come. Professor Blackwood, her eyes shining with the same silvery light that illuminated the amulet, spoke words in a language older than Hogwarts itself. The quaternary knot rose higher, spinning faster as she stepped into the center of the stone circle. "Blood calls to blood," she intoned, her voice carrying clearly despite the magical maelstrom surrounding them. "I am of founder blood through Slytherin's line, as is my brother. What he would use to destroy, I offer freely to preserve." Before any of her students could intervene, Eleonora raised her wand to her heart. "Sacrificium voluntas," she whispered, and a blinding flash of silver light erupted from her body, channeling through the amulet and into the failing veil. Where the barrier had flickered and faded, now it blazed with renewed vigor, not merely restored, but strengthened beyond its original design. The entity's questing tendrils recoiled as if burned, retreating into the depths from which they had nearly escaped. When vision returned to the four students, they found Filch unconscious, but freed from possession. The forest creatures returned to their natural states, and Professor Blackwood lying motionless at the center of the stone circle. The bolt of white in her hair had spread, turning her raven locks completely silver. The amulet rested on her chest, its metals fused into a single unified material that gleamed with inner light. "Und is she?" Eowyn whispered, tears streaming down her face. Theodora knelt beside their fallen mentor, pressing two fingers to Eleonora's throat. "There's a pulse," she announced with relief. "Faint, but steady." "Look," Percival gasped, pointing toward the forest. Where Mordrath's spectral essence had been violently expelled from Filch's body, a shimmering figure now stood, the ghostly image of Eleonora's brother, but cleansed of the darkness that had corrupted him. He gazed upon his sister with an expression of profound regret before turning toward the renewed veil. She rewrote the terms of containment, Corvinus realized aloud, not just to strengthen the barrier, but to appoint a new guardian. One who understands the entity's nature from within. As they watched, Mordrath's purified essence merged with the veil itself, becoming part of the protective enchantment rather than its adversary. His final gaze toward his sister held gratitude rather than enmity, a redemption neither had believed possible. In the days that followed, as Eleonora slowly recovered in the hospital wing, the four students found themselves drawn together despite their house differences, united by shared heritage and shared purpose. The quaternary amulet, now transformed, had split into four equal pendants that each wore as a reminder of their legacy and responsibility. And in the Forbidden Forest, beneath the light of an ordinary moon, the renewed veil stood stronger than ever. Guarded not by force, but by understanding, not by enmity, but by reconciliation, not by fear, but by the most powerful magic of all, the willing sacrifice of one who loved enough to see beyond darkness to the light that might yet be rekindled. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle whispered with disquiet on the night the first wand turned to ash. It happened without warning, a celebrated duelist's yew-wand crumbling between his fingers like autumn leaves, its magical core reduced to nothing but ghostly silver vapor that dissipated into the night air. By the third such incident, the wizarding world trembled with fear. By the seventh, panic had set in. Lyra Ollivander stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, her reflection ghostly against the darkness beyond. Snow fell in gentle swirls, each flake carrying the faint luminescence that only appeared when magic saturated the very air around the castle, At 17, she carried herself with the quiet dignity inherited from generations of wand-makers, her copper hair cascading down her back like liquid fire. As the last of the Ollivander line, she felt the weight of her legacy pressing down upon her shoulders, a burden made heavier by the terror now spreading throughout their world. "They're saying Belby was the latest," came a voice from behind her. Scorpius Malfoy stood in the archway, his Slytherin tie loosened after a long day. Despite the old rivalries between their houses, times had changed at Hogwarts. Master of potions for 40 years, and now he can't even light a candle without matches. Lyra nodded, her eyes never leaving the snowfall. That makes 12, all connected to Hogwarts in some way. The castle had been placed under enchantments so powerful that the very air felt thick with protection spells. Headmistress McGonagall had called an emergency council, bringing together the brightest minds from each house and the most trusted faculty. In the dimly lit chambers of what had once been Dumbledore's office, theories were exchanged like precious gems, each one examined and ultimately discarded. "Have you told them yet?" Scorpius asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra's fingers instinctively reached for the pendant at her throat, a sliver of her grandfather's very first wandwood, polished smooth as glass, hanging from a silver chain. "No," she admitted. "Oh, how exactly does one explain suddenly being able to see the magical aura of every person and object? They'll think I've gone mad." It had begun 3 nights ago, after she'd awakened from a dream of fire and ash. The world had changed before her eyes. Every magical object now radiated with a distinct colored light. Every wizard and witch surrounded by unique patterns of luminescence that shifted with their emotions and intentions. At first, she had indeed thought herself mad until she had seen the shadow. The great hall echoed with hushed conversations the following morning, hundreds of enchanted candles floating above the long tables where students gathered. Lyra's gaze drifted to the staff table, where Professor Longbottom sat in deep conversation with McGonagall. Like everyone else, his aura shimmered around him, a warm, earthy green that spoke of growth and nurturing magic. Unlike everyone else, his aura was marred by a thread of darkness, a shadowy tendril that writhed like smoke against the green. The same shadowy presence she had begun to notice on others throughout the castle. "You haven't touched your porridge," observed Flora Scamander, sliding onto the bench beside her. The Ravenclaw's aura shimmered blue and bronze, scholarly and bright. "The house elves will be offended." Lyra forced a smile. "Just thinking." "Dangerous pastime," Flora quipped, but her expression remained serious. "The portraits are talking, you know. The old headmasters. They say this has happened before." Lyra's attention sharpened. "When?" "Ages ago. Before Hogwarts was even founded, they say wands began failing, turning to ash in their owners' hands." Flora leaned closer. "They call it the wandfall." The word sent a shiver down Lyra's spine, resonating with something deep within her. Before she could inquire further, a commotion at the entrance of the Great Hall drew everyone's attention. Professor Flitwick rushed in, his diminutive form moving with surprising speed toward the headmistress. "It's happened again," Scorpius whispered, suddenly appearing at Lyra's side. "My father just sent word. The curator of magical artifacts at the ministry, her wand disintegrated this morning." McGonagall rose from her seat, her voice ringing with authority as she dismissed the students to their classes. But Lyra could see the fear behind the headmistress's composure. It shimmered in her aura like lightning in a storm cloud. As the hall emptied, Lyra felt a hand on her shoulder. Professor Longbottom stood behind her, his usually kind face grave. "Miss Ollivander," he said quietly. "The headmistress would like a word." The restricted section of the library lay silent and watchful as Lyra traced her fingers along ancient spines. After her meeting with McGonagall, a meeting that had left her with more questions than answers, she had been granted unprecedented access to the most forbidden texts in the wizarding world. "The Wandfall Chronicles," murmured Scorpius, pulling a dust-covered tome from a high shelf. "I thought this was just a legend." The book seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its aura a swirl of crimson and gold that danced across its leather binding. Lyra reached for it, and the moment her fingers made contact, the book fell open, its pages fluttering as if caught in a strong breeze. "It's choosing what to show us," whispered Professor Longbottom, who had accompanied them on McGonagall's orders. The shadowy tendril in his aura had grown stronger, yet Lyra sensed no malice from it, only a deep, abiding sadness. The pages settled, revealing an illuminated manuscript depicting robed figures standing in a circle around a pillar of golden light. Their wands lay broken at their feet. "The Council of Broken Wands," Lyra read aloud, the words sending a tremor through the very foundations of the library. "A brotherhood of witches and wizards who believed that wands were not conduits of magic, but prisons," Scorpius frowned. "That's absurd. Without wands, we would be forced to channel magic through our very beings," Longbottom interrupted, his voice strangely distant. "Raw, unfettered magic. The kind our ancestors wielded before Ollivander's predecessors began binding magical cores to wood." Lyra felt a chill sweep through her. "The attacks? Someone's trying to recreate this council." Longbottom's expression darkened. "I'm afraid it's already been recreated, Miss Ollivander. The question is why now, after all these centuries?" As if in answer, the book's pages turned once more, revealing a prophecy inscribed in shimmering ink. "When the 13th moon rises o'er the broken tower, when the heir of the Wandmakers reclaims their power, when ash becomes ember and ember becomes flame, the age of the wand shall end in thunder and rain. Magic unbound shall return to the world, a new age of wonders with secrets unfurled." Lyra's pendant grew warm against her skin, and for the first time she noticed its aura, a perfect match to the golden light depicted in the manuscript. The Chamber of Requirement had transformed itself into a circular room with 13 tall windows overlooking the grounds of Hogwarts. Snow continued to fall, but now each flake glowed with an inner light that cast eerie shadows across the stone floor. "The 13th moon," Scorpius said, consulting an ancient astronomical chart they had discovered. "It's tonight, a rare lunar event that happens once every 394 years. Lyra nodded, her attention focused on the letter that had appeared mysteriously on her pillow that morning. The parchment bore a seal she had never seen before, a broken wand crossed with a phoenix feather, and contained only 3 words: "The tower waits." Professor Longbottom stood nearby, his wand held loosely in his hand. The shadow in his aura had spread, nearly eclipsing the warm green. "You knew," Lyra said quietly. It wasn't a question. Longbottom met her gaze steadily. "I suspected. The signs have been there for those with eyes to see. Your grandfather was the last to know the truth, that wand law was created not to enhance magic, but to control it. My grandfather would never—" "Your grandfather protected you," Longbottom interrupted gently. "He kept you away from the council until you were ready to understand. But now the time has come. The prophecy speaks of you, Lyra, the heir of the Wandmakers." Scorpius moved protectively closer to Lyra. "You're one of them." "A member of this council," Longbottom nodded, his expression solemn. "As was your mother, Lyra, before she died protecting the secret." The revelation struck Lyra like a physical blow. Her mother, a brilliant wand-maker who had died in what the family had called a tragic accident when Lyra was just 5 years old. The broken tower, she whispered, pieces falling into place. The astronomy tower. It was damaged during the Battle of Hogwarts and never fully restored. The shadows in the room seemed to deepen as Longbottom extended his hand. There's something you need to see. Moonlight bathed the astronomy tower in silver radiance, the 13th moon hanging impossibly large in the night sky. 12 hooded figures stood in a circle, their faces obscured, broken wands laid ceremonially at their feet. In the center stood a 13th figure, hood thrown back to reveal a face so like Lyra's own that it might have been her reflection in still water. "Auntie Lara," Lyra breathed. The woman she had believed long dead, her mother's twin sister, smiled sadly. "The time has come, niece. The age of wanded magic draws to a close." Lyra felt Scorpius tense beside her, his hand finding hers in the darkness. Professor Longbottom had taken his place among the hooded figures, his broken wand joining the others. "Why?" Lyra demanded. "Why destroy what gives us our ability to focus magic?" "Because it limits what we truly are," Elara replied, her voice echoing with power. "The wand chooses the wizard, they say. But in truth, the wand confines the wizard, channels magic through artificial means, dulls our connection to the primal forces." She gestured, and without a wand, conjured a sphere of pure magical energy, raw, pulsing with potential. "This is what we were meant to be, what you were born to help restore." Lyra's pendant burned hot against her skin. Her grandfather's first wand wood, but not wood at all, she now realized. A fragment of something far more ancient, disguised to protect her until this moment. "The golden core," Elara said, noting Lyra's realization. "The source from which all magical cores derive. Your mother died protecting it. Your grandfather hid it in plain sight, and now you must decide." The 13th moon reached its zenith. The broken tower trembled beneath their feet. And Lyra Ollivander, last of her line, stood at the crossroads of magical history with a choice that would reshape their world. She reached for the pendant at her throat, felt its power resonating with something deep within her own being. The golden light spilled between her fingers, and for a moment she saw the world as it could be, magic unfettered, wizards and witches whole in a way they had not been for millennia. "In the age of the wand," she whispered, "ends tonight." And as snow turned to golden embers around them, Lyra Ollivander stepped forward to claim her birthright and usher in a new dawn for the wizarding world, one where magic flowed not through wood and core, but through heart and soul and the very essence of being.